Engineers, it's Day Off Jay here. I don't know if things on YouTube have changed for you, but they have for me. YouTube is constantly trying to feed me these massive long-form supercut videos, especially when it's getting close to bedtime. So I thought, what do audio engineers have? Nothing. So here is a supercut of all the best reviews and plugin news that I've done so far this year to make a giant 5-hour supercut for you to put on in the background while you work, while you nod off on the couch. Let's see if this little experiment works. Let's get it. Must-have tools bundle by WA Production. This exclusive collection features 4 of WA Production's best plugins for $30. $20 if you already own one of these plugs, which I did. WA Production seems to have found a modular system for creating excellent little mini suites with specialized purposes. Check out Vocal Shaper, Kick Shaper, Chroma Box, and my vote for plugin of the year so far, DeRes. And if 4 plugins for $30 isn't good enough for you, you get a free gift with every order. A free plugin, free sample packs, depends on how much you spend. Check it out. Let's start with WA Production demo. Pretty cool. Let's try it on a Dollhouse track. Sounds great, let's take it to the doctor.
Have to choose, but can a person still living forgive themselves for what they lose? An ignorant notion with the power of thought, it'll be okay with some magical potion. The chain washed away. Things are often forgiven. Events in life where we have to choose, but can a person still living forgive themselves for what they lose? An ignorant notion with the power of thought, it'll be okay with some magical potion. The chain washed away. Things are off. Events in life where we have to choose, but can a person still living forgive themselves for what they lose? An ignorant notion with the power of thought, it'll be okay with
There are so many sales, just look at this, oh my god. Pluginboutique has got just summer sale after summer sale after summer sale. Just use my link to go to Pluginboutique's deal page and find out for yourself.
Introducing Kick Shaper by WA Production. This is a transformational kick plugin like you've never heard before.
Chromabox is a fancy saturation / distortion / reverb plugin that will color up your sounds in all sorts of calm and wacky ways. This thing looks really impressive. Didn't have time to test it. Let's see what WA Production's demo tells us.
Introducing Chromabox by WA Production. Inject your productions with electrifying energy with this spectrum exciter that instantly transforms any kind of audio into a bigger, badder, and more bombastic version of itself. Choose from 32 meticulously crafted color profiles, each designed to infuse your audio with rich and characterful saturation and frequency shaping. Further sound mangling possibilities are limitless. This main panel has just a few simple controls that transform any sound you run through Chromabox. The depth dial scales every other parameter with this single control, introducing saturation, 3D effects, frequency shaping, and more, from 0 all the way through to 100%. Once you have the depth dialed in, you can choose between any one of the 32 colour palette profiles. These each have a distinctive effect on the sound, shaping the exciter algorithm in different ways. Dark, light, vivid, and soft. Pushing things further, controls for hue, saturation, and luminance shape the color profile in interesting and sometimes surprising ways. Let's increase the resonate fader so you can more clearly hear the effect of the hue dial, shifting the color profile around the frequency spectrum.
And last but most, my vote for plugin of the year so far, DeRes. Check out these clips from my full review of DeRes and then go watch that full review. I'll put a card up.
Introducing DeRes by WA Production. This is a plugin for a very specific type of processing, removing problem resonances from any type of audio. With onboard controls for isolating unruly harmonics, you can easily identify resonance issues that build up and might ruin a multi-layered mix. Then control and reduce them whilst using restorative tools to maintain brightness and presence.
Now, my first reaction was, hang on. My music doesn't have any issues with resonances.
So you might be thinking, hang on, my music doesn't have any issues with resonances.
Oh,
And that's the trouble.
I've been such a fool.
These sneaky frequency spikes and harmonics can hide away in audio that sounds clean at first listen. And these artifacts become a real problem when layering synths, vocals or pads. Try out DeRes and you'll be giving your individual tracks the best chance of sounding clean and clear in a full mix.
You guys hear it? Be honest. Comment down below if you heard it. Look at that. Holy crap. Oh, see how it builds over time? Oh. Okay, so let's pull that all out. Let's make it dynamic since it gets louder. Yeah. Now, to be clear, I knew that section was messy and needed cleaning up, but my brain just had not picked up on that solid note traveling throughout the entire chorus. So DeRes to the rescue. Let's see what else we got. I've set up DeRes on all the drums, bass, guitars, strings. Let's try bypassing them all at once for the ultimate test.
Lapse remains cold. There are two worlds out there on this path through Kiraloo. From the sun, dust and dry to the rainforest orchid. Do I curse that dad for sending me here? Is it hopeless and vain? Does the colonel even care? How do you misplace a mountain? How do you misplace a mountain? Struggle and
Thanks for making it this far into the video. If you want to stay current on deals and new plugin releases, consider joining my Patreon. So, it's been a huge development, brand new plugin out, MDrumStrip from Melda Productions, a very cool company, very expensive sub. You can get all their plugins, is $60 US a month, but it's good stuff. This new plugin claims to be the all-in-one, do entire drum kits with just this plugin automatically. Now, we've seen a bit of this before, kind of the CLA plugins, JJP plugins. Waves is big into this, making these suites with like 5 faders, but they're in the background, and compressors going into limiters and gates, and all this stuff is all happening, signals being split in the background. and it ends up feeling a little bit woo. You'll have like a more dial and a less dial, or like CLA one will be like turn up the grunt or the gristle or whatever, and you're never quite sure exactly what you're doing. So let's see how this one works. What I'm doing tonight is a real quick, I've never touched this. I'm just gonna throw it into a huge rock drum mix that I had from a couple years ago. And we're gonna see how that drum mix, which was hours, days of work, compares to just slapping this thing in, following the YouTube instructions, and see what we get. All right, ready? Let's get it.
Where the sound, it won't be kind if you wait right now. Don't get close to it.
Big prog rock song. It's like, what, over 8 minutes long. It's quite the epic, and quite the epic of recording. You know, double mic, 2 snares, set of rototoms, normal set of rack toms, stereo overhead, a set of ribbon mics, kind of semi-distant, and a room mic. Everybody don't freak out, it's gonna sound like butt, right? So I've gone in. So the ones that are just kick, snare, side snare right here at the end, these are the group tracks. These are buses. All these individual mics are getting bused to their source, and that's where I'll put them. I've added Hornet's VU Mark IV, an excellent plugin. Forces the RMS of each track to be -18 dB. So we get a nice 0 VU off each of them. And then all those mic buses are coming in here to the all drum bus. Okay, so let's get started. We'll give a quick listen. This guy's a really good drummer. He does some crazy stuff by the end. Okay, so what we're supposed to do is get our MDrumStrip and pull it in. This is the drum bus. We're going to hit master. So it's already pounding it a lot louder. Is there an auto input? Alright, so let's get it so that we're at the same level anyway. No auto leveling. Ooh, look at that. Sexy. Alright, well, we'll check the manual there. So that seems like we're about hitting the same peaks. To our kick bus here, and we're supposed to copy that over. I'm following the video instructions here. Solo it. Dirty. Tell it it's a bass drum. And I'm supposed to set this to the lowest peak that we're seeing, the lowest regular peak. So I'm going to hit the auto input. Then there's presets. Oh, that's quite nice. Metal. Nasty. Oh, a reverb. And a big reverb on it. Pop is tighter. Kind of like that one. Yeah, there's a gate. That's quite nice. Rezo kill. I like that. BK, what are you? BK. Depth frequency release. What would BK be? Look at this here. Whoa. Clean kind of compression. There's a lot of attack. Oh, look at that. Tightens right up. So maybe for my main kick, I'll go with just spank like that, and I'll try to get some body back in the room. So he's using that main snare here. Now he's got no snares on it, so I don't know what's going to do to this. Alright, let's get some bleed kill. Now there's a reso there. Let's see if we can. Oh, I didn't set my. Oh, it's found it already. So it's already set right to that. This is amazing. It's totally automatic. It's found that fundamental frequency. Now let's see if we can find that. There we go. Alright, it's kind of cleaning that up. Back to that bit where you had the toms going. And get our gates and bleeds dealt with. That's a lot of bleed, eh? Bleed doesn't seem to do much, but those toms are so loud in this mic. Okay, let's play with this little fun dial. Well, that's nice right there. Seems to be peaking. Now, I'm going to do a Cubase here. Copy the A settings over to the B. And now if I auto input is this just gain? Or is it going to redo all this? Let's see. Wow. Alright, well, gated it. Thank you, MDrumStrip. And auto input. Metal, rock, okay, cool. Master one into the tom group. That's kind of cool. Cool. Okay, overheads. Auto input. I'm not putting reverb on it. Let's let it do what it wants to do. Okay, it's driving it pretty good. That's kind of what I'm used to with my room mics. Let's try that. Seat kill, cymbal kill, yes. Yes, that's amazing. One more thing. We're gonna make a new group. This is gonna be parallel, and we're gonna send stuff over to that. Let's send our kick and room, and we'll send snare. Oh, sexy. That's filthy. Oh yeah. Obviously listening A, B, and there's a lot of stuff to take apart. The mix from Cubase was kind of torn apart by redoing the drums and leaving everything the way it was. That being said, it's plenty good for a starting drum mix. Just dropping plugins in. The mix that went onto Spotify was days of work. It's hard to say how long that drum mix took because it was an evolving process. You know, hours and hours and hours, days of work to get the drums where they were. In less than an hour, we got the drums to where they are now. There's a couple things I like better about this than my mix. So this one goes into the plus category of future auto mixing, AI mixing. Is this the end of audio engineering? Are we witnessing a time where people are just going to press the auto mix button? Heavy stuff to think about. Make sure to make yourself invaluable to your clients or you'll get replaced. I wholeheartedly recommend MDrumStrip from Melda Productions. I can't say how blown away I am by the plugin. It's selling itself as fully automated kind of AI mixing, but really each module has total complete granular control. I didn't open the manual. I don't know what half of the controls were inside each of those parameters inside there. So I don't feel that this one is AI taking over, ruling the planet. This one is a helpful suite of all-in-one solution to get your drum mix up in a consistent way. I think this is fantastic. Can't recommend it enough. I think Melda Productions has got a revolution on their hands. All right, so we got an update on like a 14-year-old free plugin made ages ago. Just look at this web design.html. And no, but anyway, George, I kid. This is a one-to-one recreation of Wave's L1 limiter, which is one of their most used plugins, one of the plugins of theirs that I use the most. Instant leveling on all sorts of tracks. For me, I use it the most on post dialogue for film. So I thought we'd take a break from the usual tunes and hear how this thing compares directly with an L1 on a dialogue track.
Could the fate of nations hang on the future of this frozen frontier of the Earth? In 2024, Canada unveiled a new security doctrine calling for long-range missiles stationed in the Arctic. Canada is not alone in this Arctic defense upgrade. With a parallel $56 billion reform, NATO military exercises in the Arctic have increased in intensity over the past year, justified by an apparently inevitable war with both Russia and China. But is this last great undeveloped frontier of the Earth destined to be a platform of war? Or is there another path available to us? Today, the Arctic has increasingly become identified of potential great prosperity and cooperation amongst world civilizations on the one side, and a domain of violent confrontation and war on the other. Could the fate of nations hang on the future of this frozen frontier of the Earth? In 2024, Canada...
I don't know about you guys, but I, for one, find the W1 to be one-to-one of the L1. Best of all, this sucker's free. Hit that QR code, go grab this. New plugin alert! United Plugins has released Firespacer, a new plugin designed for seasoned producers and newcomers alike. It aims to simplify creating space in your mix, ensuring each element has its own space without overwhelming the others. Firespacer operates in real time, analyzing the frequency content of one channel via Sidechain and applying a corresponding filter to the target track.
Body like paradise, yeah. Oh, I can't believe what's in front of my eyes, but it all makes sense. Just right, yeah. I like your everything from head to toe. Oh, bet I could show you things you never know. No, you never know. So go on, shine so bright, make me glow. Thoughts so gone crazy, my mind so blown. Oh, I don't know if you're the one or just someone, but gotta know one thing. you're everything from head to toe. Bet I could show you things you've never known. So go on, shine so bright, make me glow. Far so gone crazy, my mind so blown. Oh, I don't know if you're the one or just someone, but gotta know one. I don't know if you're the one or just someone, but gotta know one thing. Feeling like what you got is what I'm missing. I don't see no ring.
And then you're an ocean with the power of thought. It'll be okay with some magical potion. The chain washed away. Things are often forgiven. Events in life where we have to choose. But can a person still living forgive themselves for what they lose? Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. The bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. Put the deed in the bottle. The deed in the bottle. Put the deed back in the bottle.
What did you guys think? I found Firespacer to be subtle. On the pop track, it was very subtle. Sometimes I wasn't even sure it was doing anything. Once we got into really full spectrum wall-to-wall audio like the rock track and the guitars, I had to be a lot more careful. Once you start getting over 50%, you start to hear that MP3 kind of artifact tone, but it instantly effective. You got to pick your spectrum algorithm and stick with it. Things change radically with each different spectrum. Otherwise, another excellent plugin from WA Production. Firespacer is $79, but an intro discount of 78% off. Get Firespacer for only $15 at Pluginboutique. Hit that QR code. If you appreciate getting rundowns of professional audio plugins with live tests and new releases happening all the time, you want to get the info? Subscribe, hit the bell, make sure I show up in your feeds, and you can join my Patreon, where I'm updating constantly new deals as they're being fed to me. Stuff that doesn't make it into the video. Let's get it. In delay. This thing looks monstrous. Didn't get in time for me to make my own tests on it. We'll watch a little bit of their vid on it, but this thing looks and sounds intense. Now this is a serious sound design, music production tool. They're not messing around, nor is the price. It's $199 US, but $50 off right now if you grab it. I'm going to be testing this. This looks insane.
Let's start by hearing the original voice without any processing. Now let's enable in delay. Now I will separate the left channel from the right channel on the time editor and sync them to tempo. Adding some feedback now. In this case, this is the right channel. As you can see, you can also do that here on the time editor. And now I'll separate the left and right channel to the right positions. I will enable the binaural output. We can already feel the separation here. Now, as you can see, the delays are static on their position, but let's add some panoramics to this with the rotation movement. Here we have our delay rotating around us, and we can also have a random movement, up and down movement. Or even a float movement where the delay will be floating all over the space. In this case, I will choose the up and down one for the right channel, and I will leave the left channel just rotating around us. In this particular song, I only want the delay in the chorus, so I will automate that, and let's listen to the result.
But there's never no biz.
As you can see, we already have the automation there. Now we are listening to the dry vocals with the delay bypassed. And now let's enable the delay. Now let's add tab 3 and 4. I will place it on the rear left and on the rear right. As you can see, all delays are all at the same time, so I will separate them in time a bit. And now we start getting this slapback effect. Let's play around a bit with these tap delay times and feedbacks.
So tell me, baby, where would you like to go? Maybe we'll drive from coast to coast, only to where we love the most. I'm taking you to paradise, paradise. You know where we're going tonight, going tonight.
UJam, I love these guys. I've featured 6 or 7 of their plugins now. Relic is $212, but it's 75% off now at Pluginboutique. Hit that QR code to get the deal.
We are in Berlin in my studio. I'm a songwriter and producer. So this is a song called One More Night that I've been using UJam's Relic for it a lot. What is great about the Relic, when I'm in a different studio, when I'm at home even, I don't have this with me, so I can use Relic, and it kind of emulates this sound, right? This warm, vibey sound that just, you play a chord and you get an instant feel. It's not clean. It's really nice for writing songs on the piano.
Baby, I don't wanna
This is where we made Arranger King. It's a plugin that comes loaded with a bunch of arrangement templates displayed as a graphical interface, and you can download more online. Arrangements are sorted by length, so you can just press the plus and minus signs until you find something that roughly suits your project. You can edit the templates, and if you've made something you'd like to use in another project, you can save it and share it with others. With a simple drag and drop, you can get the graphical representation into Ableton Live's own editor. Now you have a hands-on clip to cut from, right in the editor, so you can arrange your track in no time. The red playhead marker in Arranger King will always stay synchronized with Ableton Live's playhead, so you'll never lose your overview. If you want, you can use this to place locators, but frankly, you don't even have to use them. And that's how you save valuable creative time in the arrangement phase, so you can finish your tracks and have fun all the way.
Thanks for making it this far into the video. If you want to stay current on deals and new plugin releases, consider joining my Patreon, where members get the deals as I find them daily. You'll be the first to find out about new plugin releases and plugin deals. Like and subscribe. Engineers, wow, I got a special treat today. So, in the running for Plugin of the Year award, 2024 has got to be UAD's Sound City Studios plugin. I first caught a video on this on YouTube from an excellent channel, guy running through it on guitars. Blew my mind. This thing emulates the room at Sound City Studios, known for its tone for decades now. Most famously for modern audiences, this is where Rage Against the Machine recorded their debut album, Live.
They placed the band in the live room all together, with the guitar and bass amps in another room. A feed from these amps was then brought into the live room via PA speakers for the band to hear. The guitar amp recordings remain isolated from any vocal and drum bleed, and the drums were slightly shielded from the PA by acoustic panels. The drums were also very close mic'd in order to minimise the sound of the PA. Zach used the Shure SM58 for the vocals, which did a great job of off-axis rejection of the PA and the drums.
So this emulates the room, emulates gobos and sound absorption in the room, emulates mics. You can pick from mic models, you can reposition the mics, you can add modeled EQ, modeled dynamics, modeled chamber, sending it back into a chamber. It picked the mics for that chamber. It is crazy. In its default setting, Sound City Studios is a remiking tool. So you're going to take, say, your guitar, and you're going to pretend that guitar is coming out of speakers in the room, being mic'd again close and far, and being treated again with outboard equipment. But it has a second mode, reverb mode, where it replaces your signal with a wet signal so that you can use it more like a send effect. Patreon members for Dollhouse Studios received word of this deal 3 days ago, and they're already on it. If you'd like to get early warning of such amazing deals, consider joining my Patreon. And in the future, join my YouTube, and you'll get early deal warnings like this. Subscribe, like, ring the bell. Please, it really helps. We're growing. We're almost at the point where we can monetize. We just need a lot more view hours and about 40 more subs. So come on. Come on, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Yes, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Very much appreciated. I'm working on a video now showcasing the amazing Session Wire application that lets you record clients remotely from anywhere in the world. And we hooked up with Session Wire's Brendan, who is already a world-class touring musician, drummer, and has a whole setup at his place. And he showed off the Sound City Studios before I owned it, and it blew our minds what he does with this with drums. Check it out.
And then my room mic, I do a little bit of trickery with it.
Oh yeah,
it's a stereo room mic, but I use Sound City Studios on it.
Oh yeah.
So let's try it out.
Dude, I love this. It's something else.
It's crazy. So this is without. This is and then this is with. So that's just stupid.
That's insane.
I must have this thing. I must have this thing. I watched the video on this and I was just like, okay,
it's bonkers. So like the C12, you know, C12 sound different. It's like a stereo room mic way out in the front.
So dirty, so good. Wow. Until you can hear a totally different pickup pattern, stereo image. Wow.
It's my favorite.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is UAD's Sound City Studios plugin. One of the most mind-blowing plugins I've seen released in the last several years. Congratulations to Universal Audio. Amazing stuff. Thanks for making it this far into the video. If you want to stay current on deals and new plugin releases, consider joining my Patreon, where members get the deals as I find them daily. You'll be the first to find out about new plugin releases and plugin deals. Like and subscribe. As a quick bonus today, before we wrap up today's plugin showcase, I want to also, when good deals are up, I want to put them out. And you know, I mentioned Pluginboutique before. I noticed that they've got a great deal on Shaperbox 3 by Cable Guys. Been out for a while, but this thing does a lot of the glitches that everyone's looking for these days. Time shaping, filtering. Let's dissect its features and explore the sonic landscapes it can help you create. Look at all this stuff. Cool. Okay. What can we do? Very cool. That's awesome. Okay, let's try that. Go with the drum fills. Here we go. Yes. Oh yeah. This thing's fun as hell already. Oh, that's great fun. Let's see what else we got. So this thing is rad. Let's see what else it can do. Drive. Oh yeah, wow, look at that, eh? Neat. Liquid. Lo-fi vibes. Oh yeah, this is more what I was thinking of. There we go. So volume, yeah, I had before I had the kind of resampler. Cool. With these. Oh, we can do volume swells. Fantastic. Oh, and you get more bite on it. Okay, we're gonna bring the floor up. Okay, first up on the radar is Heatwave by Slate Digital. This plugin is a one-knob saturation plug that has secret multi-band tech hidden underneath the hood. We'll be exploring its unique features, diving into its interface, and of course, cranking up the heat to see if it lives up to the hype. Oh, that adds a bit of bite. Now, making it a bit louder, let's compensate. Okay, that's a little more balanced. Okay, so it's putting some fizz on it, maybe a little bit of low. It really moves them in the stereo space. So like all these, I'd put a little bit of this on. I wouldn't go too crazy, but I do kind of like that. Cool, let's put it on the drums as well. I'll just slap it across the whole bus. Making the toms more papery, certainly cutting. Let's try something a little reasonable and we'll do some A/B. Okay, really competing with the, so the guitars are all heat waved. Adding this to the drums has boosted them, but it seems to be picking slightly different frequencies, which, according to Monsieur Slate, there's a whole algo going on in the background that is deciding where to boost based off the content that's going into it. So it's not just applying the same blanket effect to the whole thing. Try the clip. Smearing the hats and cymbals out a bit, but a little bit of that might be good. Now, let's talk about Hornet Sleek by Hornet Plugins. Sleek by name, sleek by nature, this plugin promises resonance taming, much like the industry standard Soothe 2, at 1/10 the price, allegedly without compromising quality. Let's delve into its user interface, testing its versatility, and seeing if it's the streamlined solution your mix needs. Here is Sleek 2 in Hornet's classic kind of 80s lo-fi look. So as I understand it, I'm going to find the frequency that I want here. So this isn't actually what we're hearing. I'm pre-processing. I'm trying to find those big plucks. And there you go. See, it's grabbing them there. I can tighten the Q to just those. Let's bring the attack down because this is instant. Okay, that's pretty extreme. I don't want to do in the bass, though. How do I do this? So we'll get it to ignore the rest of the frequencies. Let's listen to that again. That section was really revealing. And we can see it going after those plucks. And we can do more or less extreme gain reduction on that frequency. As you can see, there's a lot of other stuff here. 20 filters, sleek factor. Let's do some more sleek factor. Look at that. Holy shoot. So let's keep things reasonable and let's get an AB going. Okay, without. Okay, in. Okay, so I think by pulling these down, it's not going to go after the low end on the bass. Let's try back more in the troubled picking section. Okay, bypass. Okay, definitely smoothing it out. Less chompy. Okay, very useful, I think. Definitely not as clear and easy to use as, say, Soothe 2 or even Smooth Operator. Yeah, definitely going to have to RTFM and find out how this thing actually works. Processing settings. So can I just set it to ignore the bass? Let's try this again. Okay, well that's handy. Okay, so I can just leave this stuff and it's just going to ignore below that frequency. So that's nice. Let's hear it in context. Our third new plugin in this audio plugin showcase is classic reverbs from Samplicity. Reverbs are, to me, the toughest magic dust to find in the world of mixing, and Samplicity claims to bring the classic reverbs to the modern era, including such standards as the Bricasti M7, the EMT, and Lexicon 480L, my favorite hardware reverb. Join me as we immerse ourselves in the reverberating wonders this plugin might have to offer. Nice. Choosing where to go, I can't look back. How to live with freedom. Nice chorus there. Can't find any other way. It's nice. It won't be kind if you wait right now. Listen to some loud stuff. That's cool, slappy. The sound, it won't be kind if you wait right now. Don't get close to it. The sound, it won't be kind if you wait right now. Okay, more slappy stuff. Don't get close to it. That could be fun. The sound, it won't be kind if you wait right. Especially in kind of a psychedelic song like this. Large bright hall, let's go. The sound, it won't be kind if you wait right now. Don't get close to okay, and we got lots of options here for get close to it. Well, that's kind of neat. Sound, it won't be kind if you wait. Another good beginner. So yeah, I'm hearing really great verbs. I'm not hearing any gross in the tails. It's nice. So I love reverbs like this. for beginning. Last but certainly not least, we have Bass Reflex by Reflex Acoustics. This plugin boasts that it will be the foundation of your sound, enhancing low-end tone. We'll be cranking up the bass, testing its impact, and finding out if it's the secret weapon for your next production. Look at you! It's kind of cute. Okay, so we can pick where the crossover is. Okay, I can hear it cycling as I change that. So let's just leave it where it was. 73 hertz. And let's go all the way wet on the mix. No, this is the demo version that you can see. Haven't bought this sucker yet. I don't hate it, but it's not doing a lot. Let's try. Okay, let's bring the saturation back and let's hear the effect at full wet. Okay, we're getting the attacks through. Seems very reasonable what it's doing. It's subtle, but it seems a bit more even like this. We can preview our crossover. Okay, so it monoizes your bass, which can be cool. Sometimes I think that whole technique gets a little overhyped. Now it even thinks that it can be used in the main bus, so let's try that. Let's try zero compression, zero saturation, mix all the way up for compression and see what happens. Let's do, yeah, long attack, short release. Okay, we're gonna bypass. Get a little bit more of the bass involved, maybe. There. Okay, it's pulling up the subs. It feels like it's kind of gluing it together. Let's go through this nasty section again. Okay, bypass. Oh, I think I like it. What do you guys think? Let's try just all the saturation, full mix. It's a tasteful, subtle plug. I think it's got its uses. You guys let me know what you think. Our top story tonight, Time Oddity Chorus by Modalix. This plugin is turning heads with its revolutionary time-based modulation. Let's take a closer look at the magic behind Time Oddity Chorus. Shifting gears to mix assistance, our next headline features Claro by Sonix. This plugin has been making waves with its innovative approach to enhancing clarity and reducing mud in mixes. Turning to the chorus scene, we feature OSL Multi-Chorus by Oblivion Sounds Lab. Before we wrap up, we've got another addition to our lineup, Trackspacer by Waves Factory. Trackspacer is another mix assistant demodifier that takes a sidechain input from one track and uses it to apply a reverse EQ and compression to another track. Let's take a look. Firstly, we have Fuser. Fuser resolves conflicting channels by assisting you in adjusting volume balance, enhancing phase optimization, and implementing intelligent mid-side sidechain ducking.
Cheater, heartbreaker, you had me holding on.
You're delusional.
Fuser splits the signal into mid-side and analyzes them separately. Once your sidechain is set up, press the Resolve Conflicts button.
You never change, you never change. It's all about you never change, you'll never change.
I don't know about you, but we enjoyed its clarity. It seems to do strong EQ changes, but they're actually barely discernible until you listen to the mix as a whole.
You had me holding on.
You're delusional.
Mid conflicts show up in red, side conflicts in yellow.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. Schemer, you're a liar. You fooled me for too long.
Next up, we have Limiter. Limiter provides great sounding limiting that gives you incredible transparency and clarity, especially in the low end, even when mastering loud.
Holding on.
You're delusional. You're delusional. You're delusional. You're delusional. You're delusional. You're delusional.
Rezo is a dynamic resonance suppressor that helps you quickly identify and resolve resonances in your audio. Rezo is MTM's answer to Soothe 2 and the latest craze in resonance killers.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you. about you.
At first I wasn't sure if it was doing anything at all, but listen to the resonances on their own.
You'll never change.
So that whole section one more time so you can listen to the ABs without me talking over it and see if you think that it's making a difference.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all change. You'll never change. See?
Mix Room analyzes your audio and shows you which frequencies could be adjusted to improve your sound. The EQ target suggestion helps you get a solid starting point from which you can tweak your sound to suit your preference. Some of these Mastering the Mix plugins offer a unique visual UX that I've often considered wanting to design myself, since these colored boxes and bands are a great way that I often visualize audio myself.
So how come when the night rolls in, I still feel you breathing on my skin? Do you miss the heat? Do you miss the high? Do you fight the rush rising up inside? Did we get it right, leaving love behind? Do you miss the heat?
Next is Bass Room, a final mix and mastering EQ that helps beginners and pros nail their low end in seconds. So we can see a continuation of the visual UX theme that we saw in Mix Room.
Do you miss the heat? Do you miss the high? Do you fight the rush rising up inside? Did we get it right?
The team at Mastering the Mix have seemed to really focus on clarity and transparency.
The whisper of a winter, the empty sheets that shiver, awake me and take me back to reality. I've grown up, I've shown up to where my life was leading, much stronger. The long
Animate helps you inject life into your mixes in a precise, versatile, and colorful way with 4 different movement modes, each with individual frequency assignments and mid-side functionality.
back to reality. I've grown up, I've shown up to where my life was leading, much stronger. The longer you've been away from me. When the night rolls in, I still feel you breathe.
Join me as we deep dive on a new plugin that might become the latest sensation, Bloom by Oeksound. If you're on the hunt for a game changer in your audio toolkit, this might be it. Or it might be snake oil. Who knows? Let's open this thing and find out. Let's get a preset going here. On my lead vocals. Vocal Parallel Enhancer. Okay, she's not really in the chorus, so let's listen here.
I know what's going on. You're trying to ruin me, control me. If that's the case, you're delusional. It's all about you, you.
Okay, so we can get
You'll
some more
never
papery.
change.
Now look
You'll
at
never
that.
change. It's all about you.
As I'm
you,
cutting and
you,
boosting,
you.
the center
You'll
frequency is
never change.
changing depending upon
You'll
the
never
program
change.
material.
Schemer, you're a liar. You fooled me for too long. Cheater,
Definitely a bit gross.
heartbreaker.
I wouldn't mind a bit more body in her voice.
I know what's going on. You're trying to ruin me. Control me.
That tuner's pretty rough. Oh, it's on a reasonable setting. Let's turn that down.
I know what's going on. You're trying to ruin me. Control me.
So with Bloom,
That's the case. You're delusional.
it does very reasonable EQ boosts.
All about
Then when you hit this squash territory here, then it actually starts doing frequency dependent compression based on what you've done here. I love how it adjusts the center frequency.
You're a liar. You fooled me for too long. Cheater, heartbreaker. You had me holding on. Know what's going on. You're trying to ruin me.
Oh, I love that low mid in there. Okay, we've got customizable attack and release.
It's all about you.
Maybe a bit much going on in the highs,
Never change.
but 23 kilohertz.
It's all about you.
Okay, and then you can
You'll never change.
make a limit.
You'll
So
never
nothing below 110-ish is being affected.
You're a liar. You fooled me for too long. Cheater, heartbreaker. You had me holding on.
I actually really like the low boosts. Okay, high quality. Can assume some oversampling.
What's going on? You're trying to
Calibrate
ruin
squash
me.
gain staging. Compensate high input levels with lower values and vice versa.
You're delusional.
And I'm thinking I gotta push it up because I'm not getting a lot of comp here.
You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change.
It's pushing her up. It's pushing her up, and we're at like half mix.
You fooled me for too long. Cheater, heartbreaker.
Wow, a little more of that, and I can really put her to the front of the mix.
I know what's going on. You're trying to ruin me, control me. If that's the case, you're delusional.
I can really hear it pushing on those lows now.
It's all about you.
That classic Oeksound interface, I love it. You can really see what's happening. Now, is there a delta? Can I listen to just...
You'll never change. You'll never change. Schemer, you're a liar.
So there's no delta.
Fooled me for too long. Cheater, heartbreaker.
That's too bad. I'd love to hear what it's doing.
Holding on.
Now, I did notice on heavily processed vocals that Bloom could really pull out any artifacts that you have going on. So in this vocal, which was heavily kind of meta-tuned, you know, it was tuned by Very Audio and Cubase, so like Melodyne tuning and some plug-in tuning as well. So when I bypass, you can hear that there's some of that in there. When Bloom's on, it really brings it to the front. Like, I wouldn't actually use this on this vocal because of all that processing. Something to keep in mind.
And get past the taste of our sweet days. And get past the taste of our sweet days. And get past the taste of our sweet days. And get past the taste of our sweet days. And get past the taste of our sweet days.
Let's get the drum bus hit.
I know what's on your mind. You want to talk. It creeps me. Just like that, you're delusional.
Drum bus. There we go.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you. You'll never
75% wet.
You'll never change. See my
Okay. So even though we have attack and release, it really seems to move musically. Like, look at that thing. It's just like... Alright, let's check it out. Okay. Yeah. Really kind of moving it. A little more detail. Let's try one of the others. Hard hitting beat parallel.
You couldn't come back to me. You poison minds.
Oh, it's really grabbing those claps.
Someday they'll know you. It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. No, you.
A little more subtle.
You'll never change.
Okay, so now we're into interesting stuff. So now we do have... We can listen to at least... We don't have a full delta, but we can listen to... And now, very interestingly, we've moved into mid-side mode. So it can split up different frequencies, affect just the sides, and then mono, look at that, it's a little lower down, it's 6K, and it's gone up to 12K for the sides. So this is really like, it's a bunch of plugins in one. So it is equalizing, but it's smartly equalizing depending on program material. It's splitting the signal into mid and side real time. It's following the rhythm of the track. Let's try boosting up the side highs a lot and see what happens. We'll turn that off. Wow. I'm in headphones. You guys are going to hear this much better. Very cool. So let's check out the high mids. Weird little resonance there. Twink bone, twink bone. I can really get those claps and snare up if I want. Isn't that the weirdest reverb on that clap? It's all watery. Hey, it's subtle. It's very subtle. Oh, we can hear all of the weird sample artifacts and stuff. But in the mix, it might work.
Made them blind. Someday they'll know. They'll know you. It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll
Oh, yeah.
never change.
Yeah, it really moves it around in the mix. Yeah.
Never change.
Hi-hats have come forward.
Never change. No change.
Very cool. Let's get it thumping on the bass.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you. You'll never change.
Ah,
You'll never change. Schemer, you're a liar. You fooled me for too long. Cheater, heartbreaker.
he really grabs the fingers of the bass. I like that.
You're delusional.
Boosting it a little bit. I like what it's doing. That's nice. What else we got? Bass guitar slam. Uh-oh. Holy crap. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'll tell you what. We'll go to 100%. I'll put this into the AB. And we'll make the channels totally independent and see what happens. Okay, we're in independent mode. Switching to 100% link. Definitely pushes it forward on the bass. Back to unlink. That's pointier. Let's go with link. We'll keep everything 100% linked, and let's look at this focus. Mid-side? This is a mid-side control? Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, so this progressively takes you through 100% mid-inside or variations on that. I don't know if it'll make much difference here. So that's no side. That's no mid. Okay, let's get it in the mix and see what's up.
You're a liar. You fooled me for too long.
Oh, we're hitting that bus pretty hard now.
You had me holding on.
You're delusional.
Okay, let's check it out. Oh, I think we need a little bit of gain.
You're delusional.
I know what's on your mind. You want to taunt me. It creeps me. Just like that, you're delusional.
It really lifts up. Yeah.
All about you.
But now after turning down that input squash calculation, I gotta turn down the output again. Okay, we'll do an AB. Beautiful on the subs. You listen to that electric piano. So this is a straight left-right split for those grand piano ones. Interesting. Let's try synth. Ooh, I like that. put it on side focus. Okay, it really puts the electric piano kind of out here. Even in the headphones, I'm picking this up. Let's try bypassing. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's really, and it's great. So I didn't realize that the electric piano, despite being this massively wide stereo bounce that we had, it was kind of more mid. So here's nice, but it's like chong, and then now it's starting out here. It's like way out here. This is great. Cool. So that's what I like from mid-side toys. That's the promise of mid-side. So this is going to be very handy for putting your very final touches on, and you've already got good separation, yada yada. Now they claim this might help your main bus as well, so let's try that out. Master bus, mix bus. See what's going on here. Okay, getting more motion in the highs, that's for sure. Mix bus sheen. Okay, so this plugin is well named. It makes your mix bloom outward. It lets you do, even aggressive band movements, EQ frequency band movements. But since it's pushing back and compressing dynamically and looking at frequencies smart, it's not bonkers. Interesting. What else we got? Mix bus side widener. Yeah, that's subtle. You're delusional. Interesting. So, I mean, what are we telling it to do here? Oh, all the sides are busted to 10. Interesting. Wow, you really feel it just fold in and open up. Bloom. I can see why they called it Bloom. Wide pop. Let's check our mono. This mix is getting hot. Okay, now in mono, let's see if what changes here. Go back to that crazy side widener.
It's all about you. You'll never change. You'll never change. It's all about you.
Okay, so it's definitely not ruining anything.
You'll never change.
Wow, so my impressions are that this is a fun app. This doesn't just reduce resonances the way that Soothe 2 did. It allows you to play more as if you have a dynamic EQ, but it's doing more. It's also taking out resonances. As Oeksound said, it's what they wish EQ worked like. And I can see where they're going with this. I especially love this as a light finishing tool. You pick a couple of your instruments, like in this song, we really played a lot with the disco guitar. It does massive movements left and right. When it does its little stabs, it's on a ping pong delay, and we really love playing with that. We have the sample of the girl that's going, ay, 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 ah, and that is all hard left and right stuff. The electric piano, as we heard. Finally adjusting those, and then running this on your mix bus and finding that perfect bloom. And there you have it, folks. So we've looked closely at this plugin, and the bottom line that everyone's going to be asking is, do I need this? Do I want this? The price is extraordinary for, a single plugin. But as we saw, it's got a lot of uses. For me, I loved what it was doing for full mixes. I love what it was doing with mid-side processing on heavy stereo files, the keyboard pads, piano, that kind of thing. And plenty of great use cases I can see on almost any track. I love how it takes the feel of just jumping in and quickly processing your signals, getting rid of resonances, boosting what you want to boost, but always trying to keep the track at some degree of a level field the whole time. So normally you'd go in, let's grab a multi-band dynamic EQ, okay, sweep, okay, adjust, my boost, my threshold, my attack and release time. Bloom attempts to get all of this done in the box, dividing your music up into 3 bands, and handle most of this for you. It's adaptive response to the music. I've really never seen anything quite like that. But the mid-side processing on the main bus would take a mix that I thought was pretty good and expand it a little bit, give that little extra bit that sometimes I feel I'm not getting when I compare it to the Ultra Pro source. In the end, is it worth it? That's going to depend on you, your budget, and your needs, but I think yes. I think they've got another winner here. Oeksound is a very bespoke company that tries to keep a certain rarity and quality to their plugins. They have 4 plugins. I think it's worth it. I'm looking forward to trying this out. I'm going to buy it because I think it's going to accelerate the process of getting color and tone, and 2 of them are Soothe 2. So, I think it's worth it. $209. According to them, it'll never be on sale. I've seen them do maybe 2 sales over the last few years. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, Patreon link below, Pluginboutique affiliate link below. Please click on that and check out Pluginboutique, great place to get your plugins. Any sales there will go to help Dollhouse Studios and the channel and help me keep making these videos for you guys. In the meantime, let's get it. First up, Bloom Bass Impulse. Bloom Bass Impulse merges an extensive array of modern synth bass loops, samples, and one-shots into a versatile and dynamic instrument.
You're delusional. 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 You're delusional.
Up next, Smart Bundle and all Sonible Smart products are on sale at Pluginboutique.com. Right now, get all of Sonible's smart plugins, EQ, Reverb, Gate, de-rezzer, compressor, and limiter for $150 off.
Slowly relates back to you when at last her pains have passed right through you, and one day she finds a way for you to dislocate. Really relates back to you. And one day she finds a way. And one day she finds a way for you to dislocate. Really relates back to you.
Up next, Sparkle 2 by UJam. Virtual guitarist Sparkle 2 is your session specialist for chords, octaves, and single-note electric guitar riffs. A true team player that doesn't hog the limelight, according to UJam, supporting your songs with just the right amount of swagger and style. Sparkle 2 is 85% off right now and comes to only $19. You can get the code now on screen. And for a special bonus story today, DDMF release Endless, a free reverb plugin that specializes in creating huge ethereal soundscapes that seemingly extend into infinity. In addition to reverb size controls, Endless also features shimmer and detuning capabilities if you want to make things a little more weird.
And one day she finds a way for you to dislocate, really relate. Finds a way for you to dislocate, really relate. Dislocate, really relates back to you. Let's go! And one day she finds a way for you to dislocate, really relates back to you. When at last to you. Let's go!
Bộ tệ, chế đề bộ bộ ta đã chế đề bing bong ở đuyên chào. Chào đi pì đi bộ tệ, chế đề bộ bộ ta đã chế đề bing bong ở đuyên chào.
The summer, the thunder, the nights of white hot wonder, the ending, intending to go our separate ways. Naive, I believed I would just become by sunrise. Do you miss the heat? The summer, the thunder, the nights of white hot wonder, the ending, intending to go our separate ways. Naive, I believed I would just become by sunrise. Let time pass and get past the taste of our sweet days.
calling on you today. In a better time, in a better place, flash of light, blinding grace. She draws you in, slips away. Pretty lad, she's a pretty face, spinning wild in outer space. She's calling on you today. Days have passed right through you. And one day she finds a way for you to.
Next up, Silencer by Black Salt Audio. Silencer incorporates a transparent and musical sounding gate with an advanced de-bleeding circuit. This allows you to kill all of the nasty high frequency bleed while preserving the attack, tone, and body of the original sound. Silencer promises to be nothing short of the world's best gate for live drums. Let's check that claim out. This deal is on all week at Pluginboutique.com. Scan the QR code you see on screen to get the deal. SSL Native Essentials are on sale at Plugin Boutique. If you're a Slate All Access member, you've already got these amazing SSL plugins. But for the rest of us, this is our chance to get the world's best emulations of the world's best consoles at 90% off. Yes, 90% off. But you don't just get plugins with SSL natives. You get to use SSL 360, which creates an integrated control mixer, giving you console-like mixing capabilities in one screen. It's also a grooming tool to get you interested in their amazing controllers. I did a full vid on these SSL plugins when the complete bundle became available to Slate members. Here are some of the clips of the native plugins. Back in my analog big studio days, every single mix I did ran through the rack version of this master comp. It adds that final touch of glue, enhancing the cohesion and punch of your entire mix. A must-have for any engineer who wants to try to get that sound that way. Okay, so the classic is 4-to-1. Well, they've added a high pass, that's nice. 4-to-1, auto. leave the makeup the way it is, and we'll start just getting a little bit of squash here. And if I remember, it was super slow attack, super fast release. And we just want to get a couple of dB here. Oh, we got oversampling too, nice. Okay, it's nice. Makes those makes the drums really kind of punch out there a bit. And we can parallel, dry, wet. Nice. So it really changes the sound. Always sounds so good. 360-degree console. They're trying to sell you something? Jay from Slightly in the Future here. This 360 thing really ended up being a rabbit hole. When that browser window popped open, I presumed that SSL was just trying to sell me one of their insanely priced, though they are incredible quality, controllers or interfaces. And while yes, they certainly are doing that, the 360 app is totally free for macOS and Windows. And once installed and opened during a session, this app intercepts the opening of any SSL channel strip plugins, namely the native channel strip 2, any of the 4K channel strips, the metering and bus compressor, and starts building an SSL console for you in the app. The SSL meter plugin gets its own clear section, as does the bus plugin. 360 channel strips seamlessly communicate with Cubase, allowing fader, sends, solos, mutes, loaded SSL plugin parameters, automation, and more to be controlled from the 360 app. I just did a video on Universal Audio's Luna DAW, and the best thing about that experience was having Neve API channel strips and bus compressors loaded on every channel. I can now see how using a 360 controller could achieve the same result. Load a 360 compatible SSL plug into every channel you want to appear in your SSL console, then put your head down and ears up and just mix. So you can see that you're getting a whole lot more than just a couple plugins. To be clear, SSL 360 is free and works with all major DAWs. If you have always wanted that SSL sound, now's the time. Last week, Universal Audio released its DAW for free, called Luna. Can a free DAW become your new DAW of choice? I tried mixing a whole project with it, and I both loved it and kinda hated some of it. Let's see how it went. Let's get it. Luna is macOS and Audio Unit's plugins only, and it's perhaps the most Mac application I've used since GarageBand, with its odd and even obtuse file menu and obstinate refusal to allow customization. But more on this later. UA, of course, has you use their installer, which will install a creepy and unnecessary taskbar app. Hate these things. Luna at first wouldn't open for me, freezing on plugin scans. I had to go into System Library, remove all component files, then return them in alphabetical order before finding out that it was, ironically, Steinberg's AU versions of their synths and samplers that were preventing launch. Luna opens very quickly once initial scan is done though. Creating a project is easy and clear despite the annoying launch center window that opens. I hate these things too. Luna is stunning as an app in its clean design and high-res rendering of its graphical elements. Importing WAV files was simple drag and drop or through file menu import. to see how plugins are loaded in Luna. I really like this large dynamic inspector panel that shows whatever details you need, depending on what's selected. It's called the browser. Plugins appear as large rectangles on the inserts panel. I immediately went about my default mixing flow using Hornet's VU meter Mark IV to get each track to 0 VU or -18 full scale. I then render clips in place and unload the VU meter usually. So, where's render in place? Here I try to render the clip in place. File menu. Export clips sounds about right. Pretty cool interface for bouncing actually. It defaults to a custom exports folder that is made under your top level folder. After mistakenly trying to bounce with the consolidate feature in the right click menu, which just bounces any chops you've made to the clip, I get it done, and the new wave file appears in the folder. The other odd part of this DAW is that there is no audio editor window that I could find at all. I'm led to the conclusion that Luna is targeted towards mixing rather than full-blown creation. It does have MIDI features though. Editing clips in the main window is a bit of an odd affair. There are no tools to switch between as I'm used to in other DAWs. Rather, tools appear contextually as you mouse over trigger areas, much like Logic and Pro Tools and Cubase now. This is both convenient and frustrating. The cursor is constantly changing, and when you want a specific tool, it often takes considerable work to get it. I was really shocked to find that the only way to split clips is with a file menu call, hotkey Command E. Looking to continue gain staging all my tracks, I wanted to load an instance of VU meter into every audio track. At first, I tried manually. Doesn't seem that you can modify dragging to copy. You can right-click copy plugins from one channel to another, but only into one channel. I found you can load a plugin into multiple channels simply by having them all selected when picking the plugin. Nice. Luna also provides mixer trim. There's another way to gain stage after clip gain. So I continue to finish gain staging the drums and use one more VU meter plugin on main bus to get that hitting 0 VU. Faders can be assigned to permanent groups. This gangs the faders together. It does not change the channel's outputs. The groups show up in the browser in their own section and can be disabled. Very nicely organized. Assigning channels to buses. Simply select your channels and tap the output section in the mixer and you're done. This can also be done by creating a bus with the tracks selected. The mixer is lovely and very customizable. As you scroll down the mixer, the control area to its left lights up, showing you what's got focus. Any sections in yellow can be resized or hidden. You can also select sections and have them appear alone. Great for focusing. Control on the transport that opens a small area that contains controls that apply during different stages of production, like editing and automation. In Luna, each bus has its own bus compressor. They have several modes that are engaged with buttons that change your attack and release times. and characteristics. These things sound great and they're fun to play with. And each channel can have its own EQ, parametric, pass filters, gate, compressor, and preamp, which you can drive for more color. I found myself moving much more quickly through my process and getting lost in tweaking knobs and quickly moving on. Please like and subscribe and share this. If you'd like to support me, there's a link to my Patreon at the end of the video and in the description. We can hear the mix starting to get dialed in a bit more now. Real drum tone is starting to flow, and I feel it's much easier to get the mix growing quickly knowing that I have the same EQ on every channel. Despite it being a limitation, it gives you a box to work in. And that and the EQ sounds fantastic, so who cares? You set up the sends the same way that you change outputs with the track selected. Simply click on the plus in its send area and then pick the plugin, and the connection will be done automatically. Now that we're onto the vocals, we're going to need some send effects. And since there is no time-based processing included with Luna of any kind, I'm going to have to use third-party plugins here, cheat a bit. Here I'm going to use Native Instruments delay and reverb.
I'm still the same, I'm still to blame, am I still the same, am I all to blame, and these words, they're still ringing in my ear. Look over there, I saw the angel cry, the wings torn from his side. Oh, oh, up there. I'm still the same, I'm still to blame, am I still the same, am I all to blame, and these words, they're still ringing in my ear. Look over there, I saw the angel cry, the wings torn from his side. Oh, oh, up there. Look over there, I saw the angel cry, the wings torn from his side. Oh, oh, up there.
Luna makes it easy for me to do my classic tricks with reverbs and delays, since each return channel comes with its own EQs and compressors. I go ahead and compress my reverb, EQ it in the channel, set up a sidechain from the vocal to duck the delay, and then I'll send that delay to the reverb. And of course you can color tracks easily. Just select it and touch the strip to the left of the title and the color wheel comes up, though it is very limited as far as I can see. Those are your colors with no other possibilities. You don't get the usual wheels to pick from. Okay, so here's where I'm at now. After an hour of messing around, I found the whole process really enjoyable and very easy to get things to a thick place and very record sounding quite quickly. Of course, this mix needs a hell of a lot more work, and the singer is going to kill me for showing you this, but he's going to have to catch me first. As I was building this board mix, I slowly became aware that everything was starting to sound a little bit crushed, a little bit bonkers, so I started again. And that's when I realized I had to get all my gain staging done, because by default, if you have the API and Neve package, everything is feeding into compressors. And eventually, once the level gets high enough, you're going to start getting action out of the compressors. And this was a bit surprising that these load on by default, but this helps with that console mixed feeling. I haven't felt this way about mixing since I used to work the big 88 input Mitsubishi console. Okay, we're gonna start again. Honestly guys, I haven't felt this way about mixing since I used to work on a big 88 input Mitsubishi console back in the early 2000s. Saturation, compression start to pick up as the mix builds and you're feeding into a force that's pushing back on you a bit and gives you that glued mix much more quickly. It's very exciting stuff. Luna blew me away with this uncanny recreation of the flow and feel of mixing on an analog mixing console. But it also left me severely disappointed in some crucial areas. If Universal Audio can get their business together and fully flesh out this DAW, then we have an interesting new product here. It's free, and you get a 30-day trial of the API and Neve plugins, so why not try it? Have you tried Luna? Were you impressed with its features? Tell me in the comments below, and if the reaction's good, I'll do another video on Luna. We didn't even get into recording or automation. Until next time, let's get it! SSL Native Essentials, 90% off. We covered this amazing deal last week. Let's take a look at the native plugins from my SSL for free video. Kicking things off with the SSL channel strip. This plugin is the epitome of the classic SSL sound. It brings the iconic EQ and dynamics processing that SSL consoles are renowned for. Perfect for shaping your tracks with that signature SSL warmth. Let's see what we can do for the singer here. Okay, so this has got all the goodies that we're used to in these kind of channel strips. You can go all API with it. And my favorite things to do with these really smooth channel comps is to make sure our dynamics in, grab the threshold, take it all the way down, ratios 1:1, and we'll pull it up until we're consistently hitting, say, 6, maybe touching some 10 dB on the big spikes. And I want just about everything to be hitting 6 dB reduction. Okay, cool. Let's listen to the let's listen to it soloed.
healing found, new
bypass.
salvation, and thought I found peace at last. I was wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in.
My veins dry and tried. Hope in
So I mean, immediately it's just thicker, a little more consistent. Love it. Let's check out the EQ. Let's try some radical stuff. So it's on a shelf right now. Let's try doing some of the classical kind of magic 12.5 stuff.
all reason and tried. Faith in healing found. New
Very smooth.
salvation, and thought I found peace at last. I was wrong.
This was recorded with an AEA 44BX mic. Very dark, which is great because this singer tends to have really harsh S's. So I love this. You can do these big boosts. It's really grabbing the T's but putting some breath in it. Let's try. Let's see what the mid-range sounds like. Try pulling some of that out. A higher Q. Let's try a bit of a boost in the lows, see if we can find a nice resonance for him. Okay, let's dare to compare. It's great. I love what's going on in the high there. Maybe you need a bit of a de-ESS, but guess what? We get one of those. And we got high pass here. Might as well get some of that going. Cool. So you can see, and you can reorder. You can get the EQ in before your pass filters or dynamics. It can be first or it can be after. It's great. Amazing. Lots of control here. Then we got a gate as well. Let's see. This wasn't an exceptionally noisy. Okay, and our gate kicks in. Nice. Huh, look at that. The solo links up to the channel. I like that. And the mute as well. Interesting. And how it's sitting in the mix. Okay, bypass. I'm gonna turn it on. It's alright. Normally I'd want to level out the volume because louder is better, but I'm gonna boost him up anyway. He needs a boost in the mix. Next up, we have the one and only SSL G Master Bus Compressor. This one's a game changer for your mix bus. Back in my analog big studio days, every single mix I did ran through the rack version of this Master Comp. It adds that final touch of glue, enhancing the cohesion and punch of your entire mix. A must-have for any engineer who wants to try to get that sound that way. Sale ends on April 30th, and I'm sorry, but if you don't grab the opportunity to get real solid-state Logic plugins for 10 cents on the dollar, then I don't even know what to say. So why are these darn QR codes everywhere? It's because some of the plugs we cover are available at Pluginboutique.com, which is kind of like a Steam page for plugins. I use it because it not only has amazing deals, but your account stores your purchases, serial numbers, installation instructions, and even keeps track of the plugins you've demoed. This is invaluable when you go, say, reinstall plugins on a new computer. We all know that can be an all-day affair, right? Tracking down installers and serial numbers. At PIB, it's all in one place. On top of this, every purchase gets a free plugin. This week, I chose the U78 plugin from Oddified. Free! Plus, there are 2 reward programs, Virtual Cash and Rewards Plus tokens. Virtual Cash builds up with each purchase and is 100% cash equivalent to be applied anytime at any checkout. Rewards tokens are redeemable for all sorts of sample packs, plugins, and other giveaways. To be clear, Plugin Boutique does not pay me yet. This is not an ad. I used PIB for almost 8 years before simply joining their affiliate program. I love their program and want other engineers to find out about PIB. Of course, I get a cut from any sales that come from the links in the video, but by all means, if that turns you off, feel free to bypass me and go straight to the site. Though that would be really mean. Thanks for listening. Back to the headlines. Excite Audio is a team of plugin specialists and audio fanatics with a passion for music software that fuels creativity. Let's take a look at a few Excite Audio plugins. Bloom Vocal Ether combines vocal loops, one-shots, and phrases into a playable instrument that has been engineered and curated to provide a stunning sonic experience out of the box, according to Excite Audio. Phrases can be triggered, transformed, and rearranged to add a unique emotional element to your music, all in key and in time with your project. Motion Harmonic opens up new frontiers in distortion, filtering, and bit crushing, placing you at the center of a dynamic and responsive sound shaping experience.
The open road, this seamless intersection, a lapse remains cold.
We covered Bloom Bass Impulse recently. Here's an excerpt.
You're delusional. 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 You're delusional.
Sale ends May 7th. Next up, the Soundtoys Spring Sale at Pluginboutique. Save up to 73% on some of the world's most revered music software products, including the incredible Decapitator, Little Altar Boy, Soundtoys 5.4, which is the entire suite of plugins, and the amazing new Superplate Reverb. Sale ends May 7th. Or how about Effects Rack? For $100 less than their full bundle, you get all of Soundtoys plugins in one rack. Swap them at will. $179 instead of $279.
Stick that binds the open road, this seamless intersection. A lapse remains cold. There are two worlds out there. Cold. There are two worlds out there on this path through Tiraloo, from the sun, dust, and dry. Hopeless and vain. Does the colonel even care? How do you misplace a mountain? Stick that binds the open road, this seamless intersection. A lapse remains cold. There are two worlds out there, hopeless and vain. Does the colonel even care? A stick that binds the open road, this seamless intersection. A lapse remains cold. There are two worlds out there on this path through Tiraloo, from the sun, dust, and dry to the rainforest orchid.
Emergency deal ending soon. Universal Audio Flashback 50 sale, including the Luna Pro bundle, up to 87% off most of their plugins. Insane sales on what are widely considered to be some of the best plugins in the business at PIB now. For instance, to get all those cool tape and console emulations for Luna would cost over $500 when buying straight through Universal Audio. But you can get the whole Luna Pro package with extensions for Luna, plus over a dozen UA plugins that will work in any DAW as well, for only $199. That's $200 off the usual price. We covered Luna in one of my biggest videos ever. People are really interested in Luna as a DAW. These Pro extensions within Luna are activated for a month when you install the free DAW, Luna, so you can try them out first. So now's the time to take the leap. Saturation, compression start to pick up as the mix builds and you're feeding into a force that's pushing back on you a bit and gives you that glued mix much more quickly. It's very exciting stuff. Luna blew me away with this uncanny recreation of the flow and feel of mixing on an analog mixing console.
Lost home till you came along. Mama's always said you're never second best. Let's tell you to for less in this crazy world. But what if I told you, Mama, I think I found the one? It's time to hang my head and lay down my guns. 'Cause here
one other thing.
And finally, breaking news for reverb addicts. Black Hole by Eventide. Pluginboutique had a secret coupon code going for Eventide's amazing Black Hole reverb. The coupon will get you a whopping 75% off the usual price of $200. Let's get it. I just installed Black Hole and it's an amazing tool. Beautiful long reverbs, but you can morph them. Great for sound design. Now, we discovered this coupon code while editing, and it was too late to shoot our own segment, so let's watch Eventide's video clip together.
One of the hidden gems of this plugin is the ribbon controller. You can assign any combination of knobs, start and ending positions, and then smoothly transition between those with the ribbon controller for some very expressive effects. Setting up the ribbon controller is easy. You simply click on the blue circle outside a knob and drag, and then you can assign that range to be controlled by the ribbon. And you can do this for any combination of knobs.
Before we begin, everyone, watch your speakers and headphone levels. I've done my best to keep gain changes reasonable, but this plugin works by massively boosting narrow frequency ranges and pointing out resonances and amplifying them. So you're going to have some sections of this video where there's going to be really loud, annoying sounds coming at you. So careful with the headphones. Hey there, plugin addicts. Welcome back to another review episode of Dollhouse Studio. I'm your host, J. Dahl. And today we'll be delving deep into the world of resonance killers. Again. You know, all of a sudden now resonances are the biggest problem in mixing. So here's yet another plugin just for that, with a new unit called DeRes from WA Productions. Now, DeRes might sound like some kind of futuristic dessert, but trust me, it's sweeter than you think. Okay, that was an AI joke.
Introducing DeRes by WA Production. This is a plugin for a very specific type of processing, removing problem resonances from any type of audio. With onboard controls for isolating unruly harmonics, you can easily identify resonance issues that build up and might ruin a multi-layered mix. Then control and reduce them whilst using restorative tools to maintain brightness and presence.
Now, my first reaction was, hang on. My music doesn't have any issues with resonances.
You might be thinking, hang on, my music doesn't have any issues with resonances.
Oh.
And that's the trouble.
I've been such a fool.
These sneaky frequency spikes and harmonics can hide away in audio that sounds clean at first listen. And these artifacts become a real problem when layering synths, vocals or pads. Try out DeRes and you'll be giving your individual tracks the best chance of sounding clean and clear in a full mix.
So this plugin is designed to find resonances in your mix. Find those resonances, dial them in, and then dial them out. But, you know me, we're not just going to take their word for it, we're going to put it to the test. Let's get it. So, for guided tour, you've got your main action knob right here. That's your listen button. So that's going to isolate the frequency. This is just like you've made a really pointy QEQ and boosted it like crazy. So with the listen knob on, we can hear all sorts of craziness going on. And then with the outside dial here, we can watch as cranks up and up and up, and we can sweep through our frequencies. Now, everything sounds terrible, right? How are we supposed to pick a resonance? So as you go through, you're going to find the most terrifyingly awful sound that you can. Something that is, you know, often musically out of tune with what your track is. You can hear it like it's holding a note that's just wrong. and also cycling a bit. You hear all sorts of warbles and disgustingness. Stop there, and then we move to the center and pull down. And the resonance goes away. And we'll do a quick bypass. We're going to take this sick little puppy to see the plugin doctor and find out exactly what it's doing. Okay, so yeah, we can see here just basically a super fine EQ. It doesn't seem to be ruffling too many feathers. Now with the resonance pulled down to whatever degree you want, there are ways for you to compensate for the somewhat deadening of frequencies around it. The bandwidth is very thin, but of course there's no such thing as a infinitely thin EQ, so other things are happening within the mix. They give you two options. You've got the compensate button here, which puts a nice little boost around the fundamental to kind of bring back some of the color that's close to it, but none of the resonance center frequency. Plus, they give you the Excite button. Excite is what it sounds like. It's an exciter. And it will add in some high harmonics and such to brighten up the mix if you feel that the DeRes is deadening it at all. The octave button, which will remove frequencies related to the main fundamental, so harmonics up the chain, whole number or multiples of your fundamental frequency. It'll also start de-rezzing those, which can be helpful. Let's try it out. The width of what you're cutting can be changed here with the Q setting. By the way, DeRes is available from this QR code, from this QR code, from this QR code. That will be an affiliate link to Pluginboutique. I'll get a little cut back. Way to keep the channel going. Thanks very much. Back to the DeRes. And very tantalizing, we've got a mid-side button, which will, as we see here, split the center knob into two knobs. And now you can process the mid and the side differently. They have to be on the same center frequency. That'd be interesting for the future WA Productions. If you could de-res one thing with the mid and another thing with the side. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's check that out. Especially this section in the chorus. I started hearing this note going throughout the whole thing that I hadn't bothered to notice before. And this reminds me of a time when I was sitting with a mastering engineer that I used at the time, and we got to talking about dither. And so he put up a loop of a reverb tail and started cycling through the dither algorithms that he had, and he was like looking at me like,
which one do you like the best?
And I'm like, I can't hear any difference whatsoever. And he's like,
really?
You're in different listening modes, and everyone has different listening skills. So often, you know, this is like an 80-track mix. I'm getting it organized. I'm getting it kind of ready to mix at this stage. I haven't gone into that mode yet. Once my ear was trained and open to start listening for these whole note howls that are hiding within the audio, I started hearing them myself. And so now I ask myself, is this one of these super inner trade secrets? Is this how you get world-class mix engineers? Is this one of the things that they look for first in a mix? And in fact, I have seen interviews and YouTube videos where they talk about such things. And I think DeRes might be one of the best tools out there to get your ear trained on this, and to possibly set up your entire mix with. You can go through and find these howlers hiding in the mix. So let's see what happened with the vocal one. I started hearing this whole note resonance that was happening in the choruses. Let's take a look. So I'm going to play our little last bit of the pre-chorus into the chorus. And this is where my ears started to kick in. You guys hear it? Be honest. Comment down below if you heard it. Oh, look at that. Holy crap. Oh, see how it builds over time? Okay, so let's pull that all out. Let's make it dynamic since it gets louder. Yeah. Now, to be clear, I knew that section was messy and needed cleaning up, but my brain just had not picked up on that solid note traveling throughout the entire chorus. So DeRes to the rescue. Let's see what else we got. I've set up DeRes on all the drums, bass, guitars, strings. Let's try bypassing them all at once for the ultimate test.
Lapse remains cold. There are two worlds out there on this path through Kiraloo. From the sun, dust and dry to the rainforest orchid. To a curse that time for sending me here. Is it hope?
Okay, for me, two things. It really changes the stereo field, and the whole mix sounds smoother, with different instruments sitting a little more in their pockets. I'm not crazy about what's happening up top on the drums, but that's something we can deal with in the mix. There's like a new tray in my Sonic Toolkit, which is these resonance killers. We're talking Soothe 2, we're talking Smooth Operator, and other mix adjusters that deal with resonances and masking. It's all becoming this new area of audio engineering, and I'm not sure if it's all just hype yet, but what I do like about DeRes is that it isn't just selling itself as this AI tool, press a button and all your resonances are gone. You can manually dial this in very much to order with massive amounts of control. And I thought that it really did a good job of cleaning up my tracks once I heard that resonance. And once you hear it, you can't unhear it, eh? It's like a drill. What do you guys think? As stated, QR code, Pluginboutique.com. This thing's on massive sales, $10. Let's get it, $9.99. I mean, come on, let's go. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Until next time, let's get it. Solid State Logic releases X-DynEQ, a dynamic version of their famous EQ2. For information on this plugin, let's cut to Joe Carroll, speaking for SSL here, and give us a little guided tour of the interface.
So we have the X-DynEQ. Ta-da! There it is. As you can see, it still looks very similar to the EQ2, but has obviously more features. And that's what we are here to talk about today. And one thing about the EQ2, if you already have a bunch of presets saved in there, I'm happy to report they actually import directly into the DynEQ, so you can just take off where you left off and go with this new tool. So about this new tool, let's just briefly talk about some of the power this thing has. 24 bands. You see that it has 4 on the screen now, but look, I can just keep on clicking and keep on clicking, and I get 24 bands. And if that wasn't enough, those 24 bands can each be dynamic. And I can choose between 20 different EQ types and filter shapes. New things like notch filters, band pass, and tilt EQs, upward expansion, downward compression, per band mid-side treatment. This thing is absolutely a monster. And when we're talking about the dynamic EQ portion of it, it has automatic attack, automatic release, automatic threshold options, and you can use any one of those in automatic, but turn automatic off and dial exactly what you want on the other ones. So if you want to adjust the threshold but use automatic attack and release, you can, or vice versa. So this is an absolute monster. So let's just start putting it to the test right here, okay? You'll see it has some similar characteristics to other newer products in the solid state family, with the screen here on top, and right here is where we choose what we see in that display. I'm just going to leave it at the default in and out. Right here we can choose between series and parallel for our points. Series would be the most common, but parallel can kind of imitate some graphic EQs, even like the massive passive. So it's really cool, and we'll get into that. Our view here, I've found that to be really useful as I was playing around with it. So right now we have 20 dB of gain and cut visible, but if you want to reduce that because you don't use anything quite that drastic and you want a little more fine-tuned detail, you can change that. Right here we can see our phase, of course, you know, there we go. We'll move a couple of these so you can see. We can see our phase response of the EQ. We can see the step response. And watch this. I can turn this little thing on the bottom right-hand corner, and anything that I click on, I get a pop-up. Isn't that cool? All right, so we'll just turn all these off. And the FFT, as I push play, you'll see the audio in the screen down here. You know, basically like a frequency graph of what's happening. So that's really cool. Let me go back to factory default. So I typically leave the FFT on. We already talked about this, so let's go over to focus. Focus mode is very cool. Let's say this is on a stereo bus, for example. We can see and treat in stereo. We can choose just the left or the right, or the mid and the side. So this is a valuable tool. You're not going to want to forget this button right here. Left and right, input, output. We can trim it. We can gain it down a little bit if we need to on both sides. Just real common sense stuff. One other thing though that's really cool is down here on the bottom, we can choose this. So any point that is selected, we see all the things we can do here, right? We can change the filter shapes, the filter types. We can change the frequency, the gain, all our dynamic properties are down here. Or we can see a piano roll. So anything, any note, let's say we create a mid band here. We want to notch filter something that we know exactly where it's at. We can actually choose the note on the piano. It's extremely cool, I think. We have the high quality, the HQ that we can turn on. And this thing, it does have anti-cramping technology built in. I've played a little bit with really boosting the top end to extremes, just to see if it broke up and how harsh it got or how smooth it stayed. And it sounds good. So the code is solid in this thing. And of course, we can change the graphic size right here. And we also discussed this little question mark button, so it tells us exactly what's going on.
Now, this plugin is SSL priced. It's $200. But if you have the Steven Slate All Access Pass or SSL Complete bundles, you get it for free. In industry-changing news, we've got Logic Pro version 11 from Apple. The major changes to Logic Pro include session players, stem separation, real-time bounce in place and freeze, some new plugins including Chroma Glow, a saturation plugin, and a global chord track for structuring your music. Apple has expanded upon what was to us Logic's most useful instrument, drummer. I am a professional level drummer and have spent a decade and a half trying to perfect the art of making drum machines and romplers sound as if it's a real drummer. Where I used to have to spend those hours editing MIDI, Drummer just does it for you. Drop in what seem to be audio loops and morph them in real time with a slider to match the style of playing that you want. Apple has now extended this functionality to bass player and keyboard player. Let's see if I can write a song with these. here we try out Logic's new global chord track, which we had ages ago in Cubase, by the way. Just saying.
Home used to be these four walls and the foundation of stone till you came along. Mama's always said you're never second best. Let's tell you to for less in this crazy world. Home used to be these four walls and the foundation of stone. Let's tell you to for less in this crazy world. Home used to be these four walls and the foundation of stone till you came along. Mama's always said you're never second best. Let's tell you to for less in this crazy world. Home used to be these four walls and the foundation of stone till you came along. Mama's always said, let's tell you to for less in this crazy world. Home used to be these four walls. But what if I told you, mama? But what if I told you, mama? I think I found the one.
While we're on the topic of AI session musicians, let's try Amber 2 by UJam. We've covered extensively UJam's virtual band bundle, including Solid 2 virtual drummer, Royal 2 virtual bassist, and Sparkle 2 virtual electric guitarist. Now Pluginboutique has a deal on Amber 2, virtual acoustic guitar player. Let's float some of that into this same song that we just built up using Apple's session players. RX11 by Isotope. Isotope claim that RX11 is everything you need to polish, clean, and finish your tracks. RX11 is the recognized industry standard when it comes to repairing and mastering tracks. New features include stem separation and mixing, improved AI algorithms across the board. RX11 includes the standalone application, plus 20 plugins that will run within your DAW. We think there's only one way to really test this out. Let's go to correspondent Jay Dahl in the wild. Okay, in the dollhouse kitchen, running the water in the background, see what kind of audio we get out of this. Should be a good challenge. Okay, in the dollhouse kitchen, running the water in the background, see what kind of audio we get out of this. Should be a good challenge. Should be a good challenge. Okay, in the dollhouse kitchen, running the water in the background, see what kind of audio we get out of this. Should be a good challenge. Some nice high mids from the tap water, some low mid gurgling in the drain. Okay, in the dollhouse kitchen, running the water in the background, see what kind of audio we get out of this. Should be a good challenge. Some nice high mids from the tap water, some low mid gurgling in the drain.
Just to see what they did. It was like some kind of weird tradition. Their house was like something you would see in your nightmares. And the first year my brother and I went, he promised to hold my hand. But then when we got to the door, he just ran right through. So yeah, so my neighbors growing up, the Reynolds, they used to have these crazy haunted houses. They had teenagers, and the mom was a production designer for movies. And they would start decorating like a week before Halloween. People would drive from other towns just to see what they did. It was like some kind of weird tradition. Their house was like something you would see in your nightmares. And the first year my brother and I went, he promised to hold my hand. But then when we got to the door, he just ran right through. So I went in on my own. I was terrified, but I knew if I didn't do it, my brother would never let it go. And So the whole family, the Reynolds, they were dressed up and they would pop out at you from behind like homemade fog, and there'd be fake spiders and mummies that came to life, and Mrs. Reynolds was dressed like a decapitated, screaming.
We've covered extensively UJAM's virtual band bundle, including Solid 2 virtual drummer, Royal 2 virtual bassist, and Sparkle 2 virtual electric guitarist. We've covered extensively UJAM's virtual band bundle, including Solid 2 virtual drummer, Royal 2 virtual bassist, and Sparkle 2 virtual electric guitarist. We've covered extensively UJAM's virtual band bundle, including Solid 2 virtual drummer, Royal 2 virtual bassist, and Sparkle 2 virtual electric guitarist. We've covered extensively UJAM's virtual band bundle, including Solid 2 virtual drummer, Royal 2 virtual bassist, and Sparkle 2 virtual electric guitarist. ADSRsounds.com sale on Air Creative Effects Collection bundle continues, including the awesome DuraChorus sale as well. We covered DuraChorus last week. At Dollhouse Studios, we are the proud owners and caretakers of an authentic 1984 Juno 106. We take great pride in maintaining this piece of musical history. Let's compare the sounds of the actual Juno 106 chorus to the sounds of the Duro chorus. Shall we? Let's get it.
Opportunities there are, so when I see them, best believe that I'm diving right in. Tunnel vision for the win.
Welcome back to Plugins This Week, your source for all things new in the plugin world and deals. I'm your host, Jay Dahl. Man, that's gotta go. Why does that happen? And today, we've got our longest, deepest show ever. There are so many deals and new plugins out there. So without any further ado, let's get it. Breaking news. Universal Audio announces an open beta of their Luna free DAW for Windows. Yes, that's right. The PC Master Race can now access Luna for their PCs. Luna releasing on Windows should see its clout increasing exponentially in the biz. We did a full review of Luna on Mac a few months ago and we loved it. Check the card to watch that review. Users interested in participating in the open beta can download the software from Universal Audio's site. Breaking news. Neutron 4 Elements by iZotope is free. Yes, that's right, free. Neutron was the very first plugin suite created with machine learning and artificial intelligence to attempt to auto-mix your tracks for you. Many modules have been updated and improved, Like iZotope's Ozone Elements, the AI assistant will analyze your tracks and suggest mixes for you, but of course you can always fine-tune parameters to taste. Let's take a look. In our testing, we found Neutron to be an excellent starting point on many instruments, though we did find it builds up some artifacts of distortion. This could be due to how raw this mix was. We took it right down to 0. We'll have to investigate further. Anyway, it's free, so let's get it. But what if you're like, Jay, I want my drums to be more like Incomplete by the Backstreet Boys? No problem. You can pull in any track to reference with any other track. If you have drum sounds you've loved before, pull them in and tell Neutron to match the tone. $79% off SSL X-Limit and X-Gate bundle at Pluginboutique. Dynamic processing made easy with top quality limiting and gating from one of the industry's leading plugin manufacturers. Simplify your workflow and elevate your dynamics processing capabilities with SSL's X-Gate and X-Limit, now in one convenient bundle. X-Limit. Precision loudness control. This could be considered SSL's answer to the highly loved L series from either Waves or Fab Filter. This could be a great bundle for mixing drums, sound design chains, or voiceover. Gate your source to get rid of noise, then maximize signal with X-Limit. Hornet releases Harmonic, Inharmonic Equalizer. Yet another harmonic de-resonator from the great people at Hornet Plugin. Not sure how this guy does this. He puts out plugins faster than I can make videos. Harmonic simplifies the traditionally tedious process of inharmonic frequency removal with real-time audio analysis and automatic filtering. Key features include adjustable effect amount, smart learn mode, and the ability to save and recall settings, all wrapped in an intuitive interface. We'll let Hornet's Severio Vini tell you about it.
And it will filter out all the inharmonics frequencies of your tracks, making sound them more polished and finished with just a couple of clicks. Check it out.
Overall, we found harmonic to be a bit hit and miss. There's a random element every time you tell it to learn. It does not find the same root frequencies and harmonics to remove. So as you can see, the resonances that it is finding and attenuating are different every single time, even starting from the same spot. So I'm not sure you can rely on this every time, but we found in some cases it did improve the overall tonal characteristic of the track. We loved some of the sounds that we got, but then how do you replicate them? And how is it working if it finds different frequencies on the same track every time? It's on sale now at an introductory price, so now's the time to get it and find out for yourself. Of course, a demo is available. This just in, WA Production is having a flash sale. Their Helper Series 2 plugins, Equalizer, Saturator, and Transients will give you easy controls to sweeten your mixes. All 3 plugins for $3. Let's get it. But remember, with that, free with any purchase, including this one, for $3, you can get their Puncher 2, Vocal Compressor, or the Savage Hardstyle Bundle 3, a massive $145 bundle of construction kits, samples, loops, MIDI loops, and presets for Serum for free. $3 for 3 great plugins, and then pick another plugin or a giant samples and effects bundle. I mean, why not? Let's go. FX Diff by Basque. FX Diff is a powerful VST AU plugin analyzer, much like Plugin Doctor, except you can use it in line in a mix to see what it's doing to your actual audio, as opposed to many other analyzers which are offline. By inserting FX Diff around your plugin, you can thoroughly examine its behavior and effect. Let's check in with our AI overlords.
Let's use an analog EQ plugin as an example of a plugin under test. Put FX Diff around the plugin under test. The instance before should be pre. The instance after should be post. The status becomes connected when pre and post instances are paired correctly. Then, compensate for the latency of plugins under test by pressing the latency compensation button. Now, latency is compensated and ready for use. We use Spectrum Analyzer, a frequency response mode for analyzing EQ behavior. Processed is the signal processed by the plugins under test. Bypassed is the signal before processed by the plugins under test. Diff is the difference of the spectrum of processed and bypassed signals. The diff line reflects the frequency domain gain curve caused by the tested plugins. With this, you can see the EQ curve of the EQ plugins without a GUI in real time. For more details of the EQ behavior, you can use Frequency Response tab. You can see gain and phase curves which reflects the setting of the EQ plugin in real time.
Additionally, FXDiff serves as a level matcher, enabling precise comparison between affected and bypass signal.
There is level mismatch which can make it difficult to accurately compare the effects. You can push level matching button to align the level of processed and bypassed signal. Now you can compare with levels matched. You can also configure contiguous mode, which is suitable for matching the level over a longer audio period.
FXDiff is brand new and it's $39. United Plugins 5th Anniversary Sale. Celebrate the 5th anniversary of United Plugins. Prices start at $5 with huge discounts across their entire range of plugins with up to 96% off. You can even get all of their plugins, every single plugin that they've made, at 86% off. Let's take a look at Reverb. Only $5 during the sale.
Reverb is not just a hall, a plate or a chamber, it's also everything in between. You may smoothly morph between any two neighboring reverb types. Can your old reverb do this? Thanks to the advanced features like docking or reflection, compression and saturation, you can tune the Reverb sound to perfection. Besides, you may switch between flat and hardware looks with a single click of a button.
Or the amazing Bass Riff, which we covered in an earlier plugins this week. Bass Riff is only $15 or 82% off its list price. Again, this is only one of dozens of United plugins that are on massive sale right now. Sale ends June 2nd. Bass Riff deal is available at ADR, ADSR, ADSRsounds.com. Vocal Shaper by WA Production. For any music producer, nailing vocal production is notoriously challenging. Even seasoned studio engineers dread the meticulous attention to detail and countless hours of tweaking required to make vocals really strike. That's why WA Production created Vocal Shaper, created in collaboration with multi-award winning engineer Emre Çelik, who also collaborated on the amazing DeRes plugin.
I know you don't like the spotty lights, no. I know you just wanna stay at home. I know you don't like the spotty lights, no. I know you just wanna stay at home. You'd
D20 by Triton Audio. They claim that they harness neural networks and AI to accurately capture the hardware nuances of their famous mic preamp. Not sure how that works, but AI is everywhere these days, isn't it? The D20 is €59, or about $64.
In 2012, we introduced the D2O microphone preamp. Blending solid-state electronics and sub-miniature tubes, it offered versatile sounds. Availability of parts and manufacturing costs became an issue, so we stopped production after a decade. Today, our D2O returns as an audio plugin. We went all out and used AI to capture the soul and nuances of the D2O, marking a departure from traditional circuit modeling. The plugin offers everything from warmth to full-blown saturation. A versatile tool for all sources, including vocals, guitars, and drums. With modern features like tilt EQ and mix control, it surpasses the original hardware limitations. The D2O plugin.
Well, engineers, that's all we have time for tonight. Make sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you're kept informed of all new plugin deals every week. Until next time, let's get it. Oh, we'll do that again. Until next time, let's get it. Breaking news. Softube introduces Flow Mastering Suite. Flow is a mastering subscription service providing tools for producers to finalize tracks with macro control over signal chains created by professional mastering engineers, either within the Flow Mastering Suite plugin or separately as a VST plugin within your DAW. One thing we'll say about Flow is that keep in mind it is installing around a dozen plugins, and loading up Flow loads up all of those individual heavy emulation plugins, and then you control them with a macro. The Softube installer application took over half an hour to download and install all of the plugins, and loading Flow completely tanked my project, which was a little over 50% CPU with plugins when I loaded Flow into it. But still, you're going to have to play with your buffers and think about this before you load Flow. It's a big app.
It's going to be a mishmash of images. By its nature, it can't make anything new. Large language models, impressive as they may be, are never going to invent, name, and develop new content, no matter how many subreddits you train it on.
I know what's going on. You're trying to ruin.
found Flow to have some really amazing sounds and control, especially in stereo width and low-end warmth. We found it tricky once you went outside of its presets in that it would regularly clip the main bus. The chain needs a brick wall at the end. You'll have to decide if Softube's Flow mastering subscription would be worth it for you. You can try it free for 14 days. After that, it is $14.99 a month. Devious Machines releases Bass Focus Bass Enhancer. Bass Focus generates new harmonics to push your bass through a mix and to stay audible even on phone speakers. Is this a worthy contender to Wave's R-Bass? Let's see what Devious Machines has to say for themselves.
Bass Focus works by generating harmonics that are higher in frequency than the original bass but are perceived as part of the same sound. This tricks the brain into thinking that low frequencies are louder than they actually are, improving perceived fullness and power. Incredibly, this psychoacoustic effect works even when the fundamental frequency isn't present, such as when you're listening on smaller speakers or on your phone.
Let's try it on this nasty fuzz bass. Even and or odd harmonics are generated based off of the original signal. Let's have a listen to it. Use the tone control to switch between blends of even ordered harmonics and odd harmonics. We get complete control over each signal with an independent fader. That distorted bass was a bit of an unusual example. It already has lots of harmonics going on in it. So let's try it on a cleaner bass. This one is a sampled bass that goes way up the neck. Bass Focus is $50.29 right now at deviousmachines.com, but if you go to Pluginboutique.com, you can get it for only $36. Scan the QR code above or hit the link in the description. Brainworks releases BX-XL V3 Midside Mastering Limiter. By utilizing the midside technology from Brainworks' groundbreaking BX Digital EQ, the BX-XL V3 empowers mastering engineers to achieve loud masters without sacrificing clarity. The mid-channel is split into bands, allowing for control over 3 individual channels, mid-low, mid-high, and side. Let's see what Brainworks has to say about this.
start, loop the loudest part of the song you're mastering. Boost your input signal until you see less than 1 decibel of compression applied to transients running through either the mid-low or mid-high channel. It will depend on your mix. This gets your input levels situated properly to apply further processing. Add focus to your low end by turning up the mono maker. This cuts away low end frequencies in the side signal, making all frequencies below the cutoff point mono. It automatically compensates for the loss of low end energy in the sides so your mix doesn't lose impact. Depending on how much stereo bass is present in the sides of your mix, making your low end mono can free up more headroom in the side channel and allow you to drive that channel harder without distortion. To make setting the crossover easier, solo the mid-low channel while you isolate your kick. There's also an option to link the crossover and mono maker values. To limit your sound, you have 2 options. If you're happy with the balance of your mix, drop the threshold level until the signal is brushing the gain reduction meter. Then enable fader link to activate an inverse relationship between the gain and threshold sliders. As you boost the gain knob, the threshold level will reduce. This lets you hear the effects of compression without a significant increase in loudness. The other approach is to offset the balance of your mix to maximize loudness. In this case, enable fader link before dropping your threshold level. When you do this, you'll limit each channel to a similar level. Your side channel tends to contain more headroom than the mid channel, so your mix becomes fuller and broader as you push the sides. To cause a channel to respond to the sidechain mix rather than the plugin's default input signal, click the sidechain button associated with that channel. For example, if you want your side channel to respond to mostly side information, but also respond to some mid transients, you would set the sidechain mix to somewhere around here, and then enable the sidechain button on the side channel. Doing this can add extra groove to your mix. To demo the Brainworx BX-XL V3, start a free Megaplan trial. This will give you access to all Plugin Alliance's products for 30 days.
Compactor by THR. THR has been focusing on putting the highest quality plugins in your hands with minimal simplified controls for your finger brain. Compactor features multiple automatic parameters to speed up the workflow. These parameters include threshold, attack and release times, even an automatic knee that sets the knee curve and ratio according to the threshold. Compactor opens in this one knob configuration where you can choose presets and see if you can get the perfect compressor settings just with one knob. In one knob mode, compactor controls are limited to threshold and auto gain. If one knob mode isn't working out for you, you can click the Advanced button and open up the entire processor for granular control. We found Compactor to be an excellent overall, fully featured compressor. The one knob feature is fun, though there is one oddity that they chose, in that your settings are not retained when you toggle between advanced and one knob mode. The compressor completely flips into different settings when you do this. A little bit strange. As we will do with all of these plugins that offer saturation controls and supposed analog sound, let's take a detailed look in Plugin Doctor at exactly what happens when we engage. Hello, we're immediately seeing aliasing right out of the gate. Now, to be clear, aliasing in plugins that are adding saturation and distortion is not unusual and is part of the tone of the device. Just know that aliasing will change depending on sampling rate. THR has obviously noted this, and they do include oversampling. We can see that oversampling at 8 times gets rid of most of the reflections off of Nyquist and will clean up the tone considerably. One just has to keep in mind the higher price in CPU that you will pay to be running oversampling in each instance of this plugin. Compactor is available for $29, 40% off list price. In more THR news, MB Control, multiband compressor. If you've ever found yourself confused by the complications created by multiband compression, too many built-in features that make you spend more time than you should be looking for the perfect setting and so on, THR invented MB Control for you, with the smoothing and automation of some features. Sounds good. What does Dr. Dahl have to say about aliasing in this THR product? We do fine when we are saturating the low end, but when we get into the high mids and the mids, ooh la la. MB Control features the same oversampling controls as Compactor. Let's see what that does. Okay, then it makes it a bit better, a lot better actually at 8 times. So again, that doesn't mean that this plugin sounds bad or is bad. This is very common in digital saturation and distortion plugins. You just need to know it's there, and it's there a lot. Overall, we found MB Control to be a very capable multiband compressor with some neat tones, though we found it could sound a touch brittle sometimes at extreme settings. It's available now at $29, $20 off. Scan the QR code you see above. BFD3 is out, the 3rd generation of BFD's flagship software acoustic drum studio. Stunning new kits, mix-ready presets, and modeling technology for tom resonance and cymbal swells. BFD3 delivers uncompromising detail. The all-new BFD3 library is designed to provide a diverse range of drum sounds out of the
Upgrading
box.
to BFD3 gives you a stunning new sound palette and an ergonomic new interface that's even more flexible and creative. The new sound library is recorded by world-class engineers, including Andrew Sheps, who's recorded the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Black Sabbath, Metallica, Jay-Z, Adele, Justin Timberlake, and more. Stunning mix-ready drums that are even easier than ever to drop straight into your productions. There are 7 new kits, including brushed and mallet kits, recorded in 2 world-class studios, Ocean Studios in Burbank, California, and Omega Studios in Maryland. Selected kits and kit pieces come with additional hardware compressor channels tracked through the legendary 1176 and DBX 160 compressors. All these new sounds add up to a huge 160 gigabyte library.
Motion Dimension by Excite Audio unveils a new realm of sonic exploration, focusing on an intricate blend of dual delays and adaptable reverbs to immerse you in a dynamic and responsive sound design journey. We thought this looked like a fun toy at first, but it's actually far more useful and versatile than we expected. Motion Dimension can be a brilliant way to find those happy accidents and totally unique tones. Light version, upgrades, and the full version start at $20. iZotope's Summer of Sound sale exclusive at Pluginboutique.com. Save big on a selection of acclaimed iZotope mixing and mastering plugins and suites, including crossgrades and upgrades. Prices starting from $24. This includes their much-loved Ozone and RX plugins. Unsurprisingly, Native Instruments, the parent company of iZotope, is also having a Summer of Sound sale, with Contact, Machine, and Complete, plus dozens of effects and sound libraries also on sale. Prices start at $19. Back to Reverbs, everybody. Ghost Note Audio releases Cloud Seed Algorithmic Reverb, version 2. Designed for emulating huge, endless spaces and modulated echoes, Cloud Seed starts with algorithms based on the same principles as many classic studio reverb units from the 80s, think Lexicon. Cloud Seed doesn't attempt to model any specific device, or even to be a general-purpose reverb plugin at all. It is best employed as a special effect for creating thick, lush pads out of simple input sounds. Oh, and we almost forgot to mention, this plugin is created by a single developer.
10 years ago, I sat down and I developed my first reverb algorithm. Inspired by the incredible ingenuity of the engineers that designed the first digital reverberation units, I wanted to achieve those kinds of sounds, but bigger. I wanted a reverb that lets you sculpt infinite impossible spaces, endless hallways, echoes that defy the laws of physics, and the occasional nightmare-inducing slurry of sonic terror. The resulting algorithm was given the name Cloud Seed, an homage to a big blue guitar pedal that's ever popular and aims for a similar goal, but also to the technology inside and the inner workings of the algorithm. The original version had developed a cult following, amassing more than 60,000 downloads over its lifetime. But it was held back by one simple fact. I am just one person, and I didn't have the necessary time to fix all the bugs, to respond to all the questions and all the feature requests that I received over the years. Building audio plugins was just a hobby, not my full-time job, until now. 10 years later, I finally have the opportunity to take the algorithm and shape it into a high-quality product. Today, I'm proud to announce the launch of CloudSeed version 2.0 by Ghost Note Audio.
Forever reverbs like CloudSeed are great for little point sources like this guitar lead, which was designed and meant to create an atmospheric wash in the mix. Amazingly, you can download the plugin in trial mode, which is fully functional, free forever for personal use. Licenses for using the product in actually released music are $51 for personal, $90 for professional. And for a limited time only, buying CloudSeed gives you a free license to Infinity Loop, their other fascinating plugin. Let's support independent developers, guys. Staying in the indie developer scene, another plugin created by one man, DeVesynth releases Ripple Delay. Ripple Delay aims to be the ultimate tap delay, with granular control of every parameter. Let's hear what he has to say about it.
And nature's really messy, right? Echoes, I like this. Echoes are siblings, they're not clones. So you can engineer your echoes so that they're similar, but very much it just doesn't sound like the same sound made twice. And in doing so, your brain will perceive it as becoming part of the background. It's like it's getting smeared, it's getting quieter, filtered, what have you, and it just becomes part of the background of the mix. And so we've come up with ways to control this pretty precisely, and that's with multi-tap delays, where you can control each echo tap. So say the first 4 echo taps sound really good, sort of like it's like really, really good echo sound. It sounds awesome. And then you introduce another instrument and suddenly that 5th echo completely clashes with that thing that you've introduced. The issue with being able to edit each echo tap individually is that you have to edit each echo tap individually. That's really tedious. And as creatives, you don't want to disrupt your creative flow editing each echo tap individually. Firstly, we need an intuitive way of shaping the echoes, the decay of those echoes. So curves are what is used to replace individual tap editing in Ripple Delay. So Ripple Delay aims to give you a really solid set of things that you can automate. And we'll take a look at making just some crazy patterns with all of these.
Here's our chance to support indie developers again. This plugin runs in limited mode for free and is only $24 down from $100 until June 30th. Let's support this guy. Harrison Audio releases 32 Classic Channel Strip plugin, a digital emulation of the renowned 32 series console used on numerous hit records in the 70s and 80s. Quincy Jones' Michael Jackson records, recorded by Bruce Swayden, are a renowned example. This plugin aggressively modifies your sound to make it sound like the 32 series consoles. We'll show you in Plugin Doctor exactly what it's doing after the demo. love these sexy little physical threshold sliders. Any 32C users out there? Do the consoles actually have these little threshold controls on them? They look like something that would get dirty and stuck on a console after a decade. It's no secret I'm a big fan of channel strip solutions that kind of give you tone shaping controls and quote unquote that sound quickly all in one place, as long as it's accurate. Let's see what Plugin Doctor has to say about it. So first off, as soon as it loads, it's massively saturating the signal and drops your overall signal level by several decibels. It's strange behavior. I had to really boost the output to get it back up to 0. So less drive equals more output gain. Let's take a look at what it's doing harmonically. Oh my God. So once again, we've got a plugin that is doing monstrous amounts of aliasing distortion. Again, not the end of the world. We all certainly use plugins for, well, decades now that we're doing this the whole time, and we love them and they helped our mixes. And it's just important to realize that this is there. Harrison does not supply oversampling with this plugin. So unless you're at higher sample rates, you're stuck with this aliasing. I did really enjoy the tone of especially the mid-band EQ, and that limiter is really magical. It might be even worth purchase all on its own. Plugin is available at an introductory price of $49.99, limited time, regular $300. Alternatively, 32 Classic is part of the SSL Complete subscription at $14.99 per month, also included in the Slate All Access Pass. Well, engineers, that's all we have time for this week. We'll be back next week with another great slice of the best deals and newest plugins around. In the meantime, don't forget to subscribe, like, and consider joining my Patreon, where you'll get faster, instant updates on new deals and plugin releases. KSHMR Chain is a utility plugin that came out last year, and I've had my eye on ever since. This thing wraps up plugins into chains that you can save, load, and slave other instances of chain so that each parameter of every plugin can be synced together. So I was watching an SSL video where legendary Nashville mixer Joe Carell showed off an SSL vocal chain. The thing was massive with like 7 or 8 plugins in it. There you can see the list. Good sound though. So I'd like to be able to work with it faster. This thing took forever to scan plugins though, wow. So my plan is to open up each SSL plugin from the inserts on the track where it's already loaded, make a preset of what's there, save the preset, and then as I load the plugins back into the instance of Chain, I'll just load the preset that I made. I really enjoyed using KSHMR Chain. This is a great idea. Those of us that use Cubase, I know Reaper has it, can link together all sorts of plugin parameters, but not this granularly. So while in Cubase I can link together plugin parameters, I can't pick every single one and turn them on and off and create macros from within the plugin to activate or deactivate other parameters. Chain really has an advantage here, and it's only $29 now. Wide Blue Sound is having a site-wide sale, 50% off of everything. First off, go get their free audio plugin uninstaller. For plugin addicts like us, this is a great utility to have around. We're going to take a look at their innovative silencer reverb manipulation program. So the innovation with this plugin is that it has the ability to re-trigger from scratch your reverb on any detected note, theoretically giving you the same treatment on every single note in a performance. Interesting theory, let's see if it works. I love this on the drums. Don't see much of an application for this on vocals, but we weren't really triggering it often, so perhaps we weren't doing it right. I would just set up a good ducker on the reverb vocal instead. Pluginboutique.com is having an exclusive intro sale for IK Multimedia. This is basically everything they make at up to 83% off, including their legendary T-Racks and sample tank. Pulsar has bundled up their two manly emulation plugins, the Moo and the Massive, emulating the very Moo compressor and the Massive passive equalizer. Check it out.
I'm in my own Eddie, Eddie. Eddie. Eddie, Eddie. Eddie. Yeah, I'm in my own light show. Yeah. Let's go. Hey yo, it's Eddie to the stills, taking water at your gills. Life is more than paying bills, getting thrills out of every single second. I'm milking moment. It goes Eddie, Eddie. Yeah, I'm in my own light show.
Let's take Moo to see the plugin doctor. Don't you hate it when you take your mix out to the car and it sounds terrible? Or you get surprised by how it sounds in a club or on different headphones? Mixchecker Ultra is a new version of Audified software that lets you test it before you print it.
Vision till I'm really done the mission, like speeding up another gear. Hell yeah, man, I'ma face it. Why? Because it got me no fear. It is never really safe how I go and choose to play. At 11 just to see another day. Y'all fucking up with a proto. Y'all is fucking with a proto. Y'all is fucking up with 30. It goes Eddie, yeah. It goes Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. Yeah, I'm in my own light show. Eddie. It goes Eddie, Eddie.
So we do have to stay realistic about what's happening here. They're using impulse responses and EQ curves to approximate what the response of these various monitoring devices will be. You're not actually turning your speakers into another set of speakers, right?
Eddie, Eddie, one leg's doing stuff with mine. Eddie, Eddie, moving fresh, I've been feeling fine. Eddie, Eddie, push the envelope, extend the line. Eddie, Eddie, good lawyer, why I do the crime. Eddie, Eddie, righteous with the rhyme. Eddie, Eddie, moving fast. Eddie, Eddie. Eddie, Eddie. Yeah, I'm in my own light show. Let's go. Hey yo, it's Eddie to the stills, taking water at your gills. Life is more than paying bills, getting thrills out of every single second. I'm milking moments out of.
Massive sale on SSL's incredible de-rezzer application. 74% off, $89 off the list price. Only $30 for this genius plugin. Check it out.
Really relates back to you when at last her pains have passed right through you. This slow kick really relates back to you. Let's go. It goes Eddie, Eddie, one leg doing stuff with mine. Eddie, Eddie, moving fresh, I've been feeling fine. Eddie, Eddie, push the envelope, extend the line. Eddie, Eddie, good lawyer, why I do the crime. Eddie, Eddie, righteous with the rhyme. Eddie, Eddie, moving.
Process Audio, Decibel. a comprehensive metering suite that not only gives you a massive desktop metering app and a plugin, but can also send custom meters to your mobile devices. I got addicted to designing custom VU meters and other meters for all my mobile devices. Let's see what it looks like. Process Audio's brand new Spice Rack distortion plugin. This thing offers 4 styles of distortion and saturation with highly customizable filters. Nugent Audio releases a new bundle, NUTILITY Toolkit. This includes their Aligner, AB Assist 2, Jotter, and SIG-Mod plugins. The bundle is available for $99, a savings of $107 versus the cost of the tools purchased individually.
Aligner is an automatic phase and polarity alignment tool. You might use it if you have a multi-mic recording where the microphones are different distances from the source, or where the polarity of one microphone is reversed. You might also use it to ensure a microphone signal and a DI signal are lined up correctly. Let's have a look. First of all, I've got a guitar track which was recorded with 3 microphones. The raw recording sounds okay. But let's see if we can get it sounding even stronger with Aligner. First, I need to insert Aligner on all 3 of my guitar tracks. I can open any of the 3 instances and the UI will look exactly the same, apart from the track names at the bottom, which are highlighted in orange. This gets slightly more complicated if I have more than one active group, but we'll get to that later. In order to start the auto alignment, I press Align, but in order for it to work there needs to be audio playing in all 3 channels. Let's give it a try. The samples field here shows the number of samples each piece of audio is delayed by in order for the tracks to line up. Aligner thinks the audio should be in phase now. Let's check that out. I'm going to bypass it every few seconds so you can hear the difference. AB Assist is an A/B comparison tool. It allows you to compare multiple audio sources and it includes a blind test mode. That means you can compare multiple takes, multiple signal chains, multiple mixes, multiple masters, or pretty much anything else you can think of. I've been sent the masters for a project I worked on a little while ago, and I want to do a blind A/B test to make sure that I do actually prefer the mastered versions over and above the pre-masters. And I also don't want to be tricked by the increase in loudness, because the mastered versions are probably going to be slightly louder than the pre-masters. So first of all I'm going to do a level match, and then I'm going to set up a blind A/B test and we'll see which one I prefer. Alright, so here are the results. You can see that I chose the mastered version the majority of times, although not every time. Jotter is a utility plugin for making notes and comments, designed with collaboration in mind. Perhaps you need a straightforward channel for communication between the sound designer, dialogue editor and re-recording mixer working on a TV project. Or perhaps you're in a DIY band and you need a simple way to give mix notes on the demo your guitarist has just recorded. Turn the guitars down please might be an example. Triple tracking your guitar solo probably wasn't necessary might be another. Come on mate, you're so loud I can barely hear the vocals. Sigmod is a modular plugin, a kind of utility belt featuring 12 single process modules. The mid-side module allows you to use any stereo plugin in mid-side mode by placing Sigmod on either side. For the bass part, I've got a distortion I'd like to use to add some extra grind, but the plugin is a VST and my DAW doesn't support VSTs. Sigmod's VST3 module essentially acts as a wrapper and allows me to use VST3 plugins even in a DAW which doesn't support them.
This just in, as I was editing, Pluginboutique is running a huge sale on Melda Productions plugins. These are some of the best secret weapon plugins out there in the industry. I did one of my most popular videos on their MDrumStrip plugin and MDrum Enhancer. Check them out at the card above. Oh, sexy. This is filthy. Oh yeah.